G'day everyone. How's it going? And it looks like my screen capture is not working. Oh great, that's a great view. How's it going? So today, there we go. Okay, well, it should be gone now. Let's see. And so might have to turn this off for a bit. Sorry for the technical difficulties. Let's see, hang on, and we'll get that turned on. Any errors? Any errors? Awesome. So, we can get ready to start. G'day everyone. It's Tazzy here, and I mean, let's just take a second to appreciate this aircraft. How bloody gorgeous does this livery look? I mean, it is by far top 3 best liveries for me on the 747-200 by the magnificent and wonderful Felis. And I mean, I think in my case, I believe this is the best 747. Not just from the cockpit side of things. You know, I like a good classic cockpit, a cockpit that's a bit difficult. But also just the hump. I think on the 200 with the extended hump, or which went on to the 400s, 300s, I think it was a bit too long. I think this is just a nice fluid hump, and it complements the aircraft so bloody much, as does this livery. I mean, gorgeous. So today we'll be flying from Bangkok down to Singapore. Singapore, as few people may know, is a significant place for me. I grew up in India, and I lived in Singapore for 2 years, and I left Singapore about 2.5 months ago. So I might have got paid, and I might have bought the scenery for it, which looks fantastic. And I checked it out just before this, before I started the stream anyway, and I'm thinking, why not commemorate it? And so today we'll be taking this beautiful beast of an aircraft. We'll get into the cockpit and just look at that, and we'll be taking this aircraft down to Singapore. And if we're lucky and I have enough time before my mate starts berating me, we might have to do a stop in Kuala Lumpur. It's only like a 40-minute flight in reality, and about an hour in total from ground to ground. So we'll see how it goes. But first of all, we'll be doing Bangkok to Singapore. I don't know why my mind went there. Alright, so we'll come over to the beautiful flight engineer panel. Now, at first, to many people, this is going to be overwhelming. And sadly, I think it's going to throw a lot of people off, and it might not make a lot of people purchase this aircraft. Is they look at this and they're like, oh my gosh, it looks so complicated. It looks like, oh my god, what do I do here? What do I do here? It's actually rather simple. I mean, obviously with technology and glass panels, there's less things to do, but pretty much how this is laid out is really intuitive, and it only took me about 2-3 days to get comfortable with it. Knew exactly what I had to do. So first of all, we'll come over here, get the battery on. Now this, I keep forgetting this bloody switch, but this is the switch you need to have on. Switch that to normal, and when that goes on, when the stand power goes on, it'll light up. Now that we've got that, we can come back to the front of aircraft. We don't actually need to come to the front of the aircraft because we can actually use this tablet right here. We'll go to ground, and I'll say connect the
Cockpit to
GPU,
ground. Connect ground power.
and we'll set
Cockpit to ground.
chocks,
Put the
just
chocks
so we
on.
don't move anywhere. And once these light up, that means we've got external power, and
Ground
we can
power
close
connected.
the lines
Chocks
between
are on.
these. And now that we've got power, we come up here to the top panel, we arm the emergency lights, and this is the most important thing you need to press before you align the IRSs or whatever, or it stuffs it up. The essential power must go on. And number 2, we'll test the stall warning. We'll test the warning for overspeed and over rotation. Perfect. Now that that's done, let's do the test for anti-ice. Valves light up. And perfect. Come to repeat. Let's test the heat. Light goes out on the left and on the right. Come down to window heat. Get our power lights on. Power test. Awesome, they illuminate. Now go to override. They come on. Awesome. Now let's close that crash bar. So, the most important thing we're going to be wanting to do is come up to here. This is our 3 INS switches because, and yes I know I'm using an INS, I'm using an FMS, I know I'm cheating. It just makes it a lot easier. We'll take out these warnings. We'll come up into the cockpit a bit. So here we've got FMS1, which is INS1. We've got FMS2, which will be on INS3. And then down here in the center is a SIVA INS, which is, you'll see it on the Concorde. I believe the L1011s later in life got these, and the DC10s. But basically this is just the GPS that was in a lot of aircraft at this time. Like 727, 737, yada yada yada. But we don't need to use this. I'm in the process of learning this. I'm not comfortable enough with it yet. Anyway, we come up here. We go to standby power for all of these. Now watch this compass here. Watch this. Now when this gets power and is aligned sort of, it will flip around. Now we'll go to align, align, and align. Don't mind this power off. That's simply because the electrical bridges in here, the split system breaker, because that's not activated, none of the other stuff's activated. Okay, let's come back to this panel. While that aligns, what we're going to do, we're going to come up to the hydraulic test 4. We're going to open one of these air pumps up, and we're going to turn this on. See, we have hydraulics build, and the reserve brake source, that light is not going off. Basically that's for the parking brake or whatever, but what it means is that our backup hydraulic pump is working. Turn this off, and that can be closed. Yeah, low pressure comes up, that's no problem. Let's test out wing overheats, and system 2, illuminate. We'll test our if there's smoke, light comes up. Test the blower, no airflow, light comes up. Test the aft cargo heat, light's coming up, that's good. And now we'll do the squib test. Light illuminates, perfect. We're going to get our galley power on, just make it a bit more comfortable for the crew once they get on. Galley chiller needs to all come on, and the galley fan can be on auto. Now that we're here, we'll just do a quick check of everything, and it's looking all good. So we're going to return back to the cockpit. We've got the green lights on, which means that these are ready to be switched into nav. Awesome. That is the most important thing. Now we know we can navigate, and we'll check on our status. 10th of May, database. Here, if there's no still waypoints, don't know what I'm speaking there. And that should be okay. So we're going to go to index. We're going to go a route menu. We'll go in our country, route menu. And let's see, VTBS to WSSS. Perfect. That is our flight plan for today. So we go runway 20 right. We're going to go direct to just, well, this is the runway itself. Going to climb to 700 feet on at a tracking of 194. That's at the current time, so 194. But once we line up on the runway, that's going to change. And we'll fly direct to this waypoint. Go Nanook, which will be at our course of 148 to BUT at 157, and this will immediately take us to Nylon, and Nylon's one of the last waypoints before we head in to Changi. Yet we're going to have to go in here, and we're going to have to set up our departure. So I'm going to go to charts on my phone, which is a Navigraph app. One of the best things you can buy for the sim. Makes life a lot easier, and it's just a really intuitive app. It's very similar to FullFlight, but you can use you use a flight simulator, and it has your Jefferson charts and all that. So we're doing runway 20 right, which is already selected, and the BUT 1E departure also selected. That is awesome. Now that we know that is all in there, we can move on. So what we're going to do, get these CRTs on. Now that we want to warm these up a bit, pretty much because these take a little bit to warm up. But now that that is warm, and that'll activate on the other side, let me come over here. There you go. What we'll do, I'm going to jump back into the pilot seat. We're going to put the weather radar on standby and on a +5 degree attitude. This is our auto throttle computer, and we won't touch that now, but before takeoff we're going to put that onto EPR mode and take off dry, which is the conditions for today. Parking brake, as you can see, the lights illuminated, and what that is because we have no pressure or hydraulic pressure in the aircraft. But that's just for now, because we haven't got the engine started or the hydraulic pump in the back on. Okay, so I think we're pretty cool. So we're going to come over here. We're going to go to a load calculator, and I'm thinking, we'll go a full passenger load. And I think we'll go about 25% cargo down below, like 25% of our total weight that we can take. As you can see, everything's pretty packed out. We'll make it more realistic. We'll say there's 2 less people in cabin 3, and we'll load that. And you see, the plane just tips up. And what you know now is that she is really heavy. Come back into the cockpit. What we would like to do, because it makes it a little easier for us, let's read data from the sim. It's 34 degrees outside, definitely not where I'm living now. We'll get our load sheet. Our takeoff weight will be 258.7 tons pretty much. And our center of gravity, 29.7, that is within limit. And that is rain. I guess this is the tropics for a reason. And we'll make it a bit easier. Set our speed bugs. But actually, that's incorrect, because we need to come over here. And seeing as we can access our fuel plan here, we're going to go to our refuel page. And I'm going to open up SimBrief. And it's estimated that we need about 35 tons of fuel. And that includes our detour to, if need be, Kuala Lumpur. Now, here's the thing. With this flight plan and that, it doesn't take in the fuel or our weight at the moment. It has actually calculated a payload, but it's quite a lot less. So what we're going to do, we're going to put around 38 tons. I think that'll make it a bit better. So as you can see here, 7.7, 7.7, so that's about 15.4. And they've got 9.5 here, so that's 19,000. So, and then we've got our reserves here, which will add to 38 tons. Checking everything's okay. Everything's perfect. Yep. So, now it's time for the fun part. We're going to quickly just tap the APU start switch. And why we do that is we need to wait for this APU door to open. Now that the light goes out, that means we can actually start the APU. Hold down the button, wait for it to hit 20 RPMs, and then we can take our hand off the switch. And you'll see that the engine, the APU, will slowly start increasing. Perfect. Now that we're at 100 RPM, EGT has stayed in the green and has lowered itself. Perfect. And our oil quantity is good for today. Now that we know that, we've got a great APU start. Open the bleed air and we can close these power lines off. And now we're running solely on the power in our aircraft. We'll turn our fans on in the aircraft. Get the supply vent fans on and turn the packs to half, of which we will see that the packs all come on with slightly different pressures, but that's completely normal. Checking here, we have this on auto and we'll be going to around 37,000 feet, so I will put that to 38,000 feet. And with that, I think it'll probably be a good time to start taxing ourselves out. So, they're going to come up to the top panel, double check everything is looking okay. Nav lights should have been on the entire time, but now we'll get our logo lights on, and that will be Gucci. No smoking and fasten seatbelt signs can come on. And
ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. On behalf of the entire crew, welcome aboard the Boeing 747 Classic. We will depart shortly after we have our clearance and the cabin crew is finished with their preparations.
Really turn that down
for now, I wish you a pleasant flight, and I will be back during the flight with further flight information.
Of course he will. So, we're going to open all of these bleed air valves. That is for the engines. And I'm going to come back to the front, and I think we are going to request a pushback. So, come to better pushback.
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go.
Sure, I want to go, if possible, here.
Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up.
There you go, there's our lights. What we're going to actually do, this is actually important to do, we're going to go to ground, disconnect GPU and the chocks. Now we can actually move. And I know a lot of people will ask, okay, this is beta 5, so we've got really weird artifacting with the clouds, but oh well. Here we go, toes lining up. You can hear that APU running itself into the ground. Hopefully not. Doors and hatches, he'll be asking.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
There you go. And I'll start connecting shortly. I mean, just let's get a close look at that. It's a really well done animation, I'll give it that. See, it locks in the wheel. And I don't think it will lift this up. But I could be wrong. Oh no, there we go. Yep, see the scoops have come underneath. And we are being lifted up. There we go.
Tow connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Parking brake can be released.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
Cool. There we go. Starting our pushback. Now we run into the cockpit. Okie doke. Start a valve.
Ready to start the engines.
Ready to start engines.
Ready for engine start.
Valves are open. We're going to be starting with engine 4 today. We're going to do a system 1 start.
Starting engine 4.
Start valve open.
Awesome. Now we're going to come over here. We're going to close the packs off. We want to maximize the air going to the engine for its start. And once we hit 20 RPM on N2, I won't cover the number. 20 RPM.
20% N2.
Fuel on.
We
Light
can
up.
introduce fuel. And as we can see, the engine is spooling up. Watch our oil temp. Make sure we aren't overheating.
Starter off.
Starts off. That means it's a good start, and it's a very quick start. That's one of the benefits of being in a hot climate. Okay, now that that's on, we'll switch the air pump to auto.
Engine stabilized.
And we'll put engine, or the hydraulic pressure for engine 1 on continuous. We'll come overhead.
Starting engine 1.
And switch to ground
Starter valve
start.
open.
Valve is in fact open, and body gear steering should have been on before we started our taxi. We'll get our booster pumps on.
20% N2.
20%.
Fuel on. Light
Increase, we'll introduce fuel. And the engine is starting up. Really quickly.
Starter off.
And there you go. See, the power for the generator just immediately came on. And the engine is stabilizing itself. We will now come back to this panel. Switch to auto. Go continuous on pump hydraulic pump 3.
Operation complete. Go ahead and set the parking brake.
Or do.
Starting engine 3.
Engine 3 can get
Starter valve
started.
open.
And we're going to pull the
Parking
parking
brake
brake.
set.
And it
Disconnecting
is
tow.
activated.
Stand by.
Wait for 20% yet again. That's actually a really interesting thing. With most jet
20%
engines, it's
N2.
always 20%. It doesn't matter if it's a Rolls
Fuel on.
Royce,
Light
General
up.
Electric. It doesn't matter if it's in an F-16. It's all 20%. I think, yes, in the F-16, well, the C and D,
Starter off.
it's 20%. Starter is off, which means that we are now getting fuel. And engine is stable.
Engine stabilized.
Awesome. And now, interesting little thing that's just happened here that I've just seen. We're going to switch our hydraulic pump to auto. Does anyone see a problem?
Tow is disconnected and bypass
Engine
bin
1
has been
has
removed.
turned itself
Hand signal on the
off.
right. We'll see you next time and have a safe
I
flight.
do wonder why. We'll come up top. And we'll wait for that. While we wait for that to turn down, we're going to come over here. Continuous air pump on engine 2. And we're going to do
Starting engine 2.
system 1 start
Starter valve
on
open.
engine 2.
%, N2.
20%.
Fuel on. Light up.
Oh, the air brake's up. Well, that's quite off center. I don't know who bloody hired who. Okay. Good start on engine 3.
Engine
Air pump
stabilized.
can come to auto. Minor drop. And now what we're going to do, we can't do engine, well, with engine 1 we're going to have to use a different method to get it on. So as you can see, all the engines are stable and they're doing good. We'll come up top and we're going to do a system 2 start
Starting engine 1.
for engine 1.
Starter valve open.
We will have to wait for N2 to go to 0 and we shall restart it now. And once it gets past 15, the number goes up quite a lot
20%
quicker.
N2.
20%.
Fuel on.
Now introduce the fuel. Go to rich. we have an engine that is not working. Interesting. We'll cut off power.
Starter off.
And we're going to close this starter. Well, this is fun. Now, this is something that happens every now and then. I don't know if it's a glitch or whatever. But every now and then I have this problem, especially with engine 1 or engine 4 for whatever reason. Come over here, we'll set our speed to about 170. I like that because it's a bit safer. Okay. Valve is now closed. And air pumps are working. So we will put the air pump on auto. Engine is in fact on 0. We'll come up top. We'll do a system 1 start. We'll turn the starter valve open. Open the actual valve.
Ready to start the engine.
Ready to start.
Ready for engine start.
Starting engine 1.
Start engine.
Starter valve open.
Make sure, what we'll do, we'll reset the boost pumps.
20% and 2.
Fuel on.
And we have an engine stall. It's rather interesting. Let's check down here. Service. Everything is looking good. We have a failure on engine 4's reverser. Okay. So reverse thrust will be in op. That's rather interesting. Let me double check with the manual. I believe I know what it is. I think, because it happens every now and then, let's go to, where do I get to failures? Does anyone know? So it'll be an igniter problem, which is exactly what it'll be. Okay, so let me read this quickly. Okay, so how to let me find this. This is always great. Turn off failures. Okay, so we'll go to our here. We will go to settings, general. Yeah, because I definitely want to get that turned off because that is that's really annoying. Because basically what's going to be required now is I now need to reset the plane. Which is great. One moment. Sorry for the delays, everyone. Okay. There. Sound. And, okay, so there's nothing in there. And, that's not working. Let's go here. Because what's happened is pretty much edit failures. Turn this off. Go away. Okay. Now, let's see if it'll start now.
Starting engine 1.
Starter valve open.
We'll get our probe heats on, because now's the perfect time for it. Nacelle heat won't be needed.
%, and 2.
Fuel on.
Oh, okay. So, I'm so sorry everyone, but this means that we're going to have to reload the plane, which is really annoying. Okay, so we'll go to flight. Now that annoys me. I've had this failure a couple times. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna restart the stream.
Starter off.
Oh no, I guess we'll just skip it. So we'll do a quick startup. Power, normal power. Come to the front. Ground. Connect
Cockpit
GPU.
to ground. Connect ground power.
Set the chocks.
Cockpit to ground. Put the chocks on.
Close, close. There
Ground
we
power
go.
connected.
Get our galley
Chocks are
power on. Chillers are already on. Sometimes the switches don't fully turn off. We'll open the APU door, which doesn't want to open. Maybe it's already open. Maybe it's already started open. Let's check. Oh, they've already started open. Okay. That saves us a bit of time. We're going to do our quick tests. Blower. Wing overheat systems, both illuminating. Test our aft cargo heat. Lights light up. Squib test. Lights up. Awesome. Come to the overhead panel. Emergency lights coming on. Central radio master buses, which also do our FMSs, can come on. Stall warning with test. Working. Mac test. Making that horrible sound. Over rotation. Cool. We're going to go standby on all of our INS switches, which you'll see the compass here. That needs to be pointing fully vertical, which it will do in a sec. Test our probe heat. Light turns itself off. On ground test, the light illuminates for our anti-ice. Come here, power lights illuminate, and what we'll do is we'll overwrite the window overheat, and they do come on. Nav lights can come on, and the logo light is already on. Body gear steering is armed, which is required. Anti-skid is off for the time being. We can align all of our INSs now as we have our masters on. And let's check everything. Performance calculator, don't need yet. Load calculator, have we got our payload in? No, we haven't. No, we did. I'm not going to touch that thing. And cargo preset, And now we'll go to our fuel. And we would like 38 tons. That's as close as we can get. Rather annoying, I know, but, you know, technology, and that's all I'm going to say. Check upstairs, all green on our INSs. We'll switch this over to nav. We'll extinguish these lights. We'll come down to our FMS. As I said, the reason I use an FMS, it's just easier for a stream. Thankfully, our flight plan is right there. And we'll just double check that our departure's here. So 20 right is selected and our departure. Awesome. G'day to everyone that's watching. I see we've got quite a few viewers. How's it going? We're gonna start our CRTs, give them power, and I'll just check on the other side. Awesome. Reason why we do that is they're CRTs. They take quite... They're CRTs or LCDs? That's the question. I'm guessing they're CRTs. They take a while to warm up, but they're required. Bit of rain. It doesn't look too cloudy, but oh well. It is Asia. It is the tropics. You get these random things. Weather radar is on standby and at 5-degree altitude. Perfect. As I was saying, there's something with this aircraft. Sometimes when you reload, it doesn't turn everything off. Now that that's all done, we'll come up to the APU panel. Start that up. That's not starting. I swear if I need to reload the aircraft, I'm gonna lose my mind. Okay. I need to restart the aircraft. Technology, everyone. Technology. Yeah, it is not turning on whatsoever. Okay, dokes. So, everyone, what I'm going to do is I'm going to restart the stream and I'm going to restart the sim because this is just doing my head in. Okay, so I'll be back in 5 minutes after the sim's reset. G'day everyone, how is it going? Now this definitely isn't the second stream and this definitely isn't a restart. We definitely didn't have any technical difficulties in the stream and the sim ended up killing itself. But you know, we're gonna start from the top, start from scratch. So, g'day everyone. Hope your day is going well. So today we are flying from Bangkok to Singapore. Now, why I wanted to do this flight, Singapore is a rather important city for me. I lived there for 2 years. I only moved back to Australia 2 months ago. So I was abroad for 10 years. So it'd be great to see there, and also I might have bought a scenery for Singapore. But on top of that, we have a magnificent scenery, as you can see in the background behind our beautiful Queen of Bangkok Airport, which is completely free. Let me get into this sim. And oh my god, how gorgeous is this? Oh, Vietnam Airlines, was that 767? Nah, 777. So, yeah, I was thinking, well, I've got 2 sceneries that I really love, and I definitely have a plane that I really love, and one of the best liveries I believe ever put on an aircraft. Definitely in the top 3 of all time for me. And so, I think it is perfect time to get in this beautiful, beautiful, beautiful aircraft into this cockpit. And people are probably screaming right now who come from glass cockpits. Don't worry, it's not that difficult. Yeah, here's the flight engineer panel. So, it looks difficult, but this is one of the beautiful things is it's set out really logically. Now, a lot of these buttons, you don't need to press any of them in modern aircraft because it's done by a computer, but we have to do it. But it's not difficult. So, come over to here, turn the battery on, and now the most important thing we need to do, stand power needs to come to normal. Now that we can see that there, I'm going to put that back to normal. We saw a movement. So we're going to come to one of our panels here, which amazing FPS. Like really amazing FPS given that we're in the Felis. This is Beta 5's magic, I guess. We're going to go to ground. We're going to set our chocks.
Put the chocks on.
And then we're going to activate our GPU. Now the GPU we need, that gets us help start our APU, but also it gives us power in the aircraft so we can actually start activating a lot of the systems. Connected. As you can see, the lights have come up. Close these lines. And we see that lights are coming on. And how we can check this is external power 1 at 400, which is what we want, and 400 hertz on the others. Awesome. We'll be going around 37,000 feet. So we're going to just, while we're here, increase the cabin altitude to 38,000. We always want 1,000 overhead. While we're here, we're going to start doing our tests. So we're going to test the blower selector. We have light illuminate. Test our equipment cooling. And light comes up. Test our overheats. Lights illuminate. And our aft cargo heat illuminate. Perfect. We're going to come back to the front of the aircraft. We see all these lights come on. And most importantly, we're going to come up here. And we're going to put all of our INS switches on standby. Actually, what we're going to do, and I kept telling myself this just before, we're going to put on our essential radio buses. These are, as I say, essential. And we need this to power all of the systems in the aircraft. Emergency lights should also be disarmed. Now that we know that power is in the aircraft, which we can test with that stall warning. And we know that our compasses are ready to be aligned because they're pointing directly vertical. Go to standby for all of them. Give it about 5 seconds. And now we'll chuck these all into a line. Perfect. Now we have a few tests that we need to do here. We've just done our stall warning, our overspeed test, and our over rotation. Now that we'll do our anti-icing test. We'll do a ground test on our anti-ice. It lights up. We'll test our probe heats, left, right, the lights extinguished, clicked, power lights. We'll test, we'll see that they illuminate, come up to window overheat switch, lift the bar up, and we can see that there is in fact heating going on, or power going on. No smoking, faster seatbelt signs can come on. Body gear steering needs to be armed for when we get pushed out. Nav lights to come on, just tell everyone in the aircraft, and our logo lights can also stay on. Now that we're waiting for the INS switches to turn on, we can come back to this beautiful panel. Now, these are our packs, which we'll need in a bit. We've got our pressurization already set. That's already automatic by this era. And we're going to come down to our fuel panel. And we're going to double check that fuel is here. We need 38,000 pounds. We're going to come to our panel here. We're going to go to ground. No, we're not. We're going to go to refuel. We see we've got 37 tons. I want to top that up a little bit. That's as far as we can get. And we're at 38.2 tons. Load calculator. I want a full passenger load. We'll make it more realistic. And we're going to decrease the amount of people in cabin 3 by 2. And our cargo preset's going to be 25. We're going to be a heavy girl today, but just makes it a bit more interesting, doesn't it? Instantly load that. and you realize our fuel's gone down quite a bit. What's happened there? Well, it's just a glitch with this aircraft. But now, because of that, we can get 38 tons perfectly. And now if we do the quick maths, 7.7 gives us 15.4, but we'll say 15.5. And in our two main tanks, which are in the wings, 9.5 tons, 9.5 tons gives us 19 tons. So that all adds up to 38 tons, especially when we add our reserves in. Boost pumps can come on, and these will just help us with the engines. We don't have anything in the center tank, so we don't need our override jettison pumps. Come back to the front, extinguish these warning lights, come up to the top, and there you go. That's what you really want to see. 3 greens. Nav, 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 and now we have our INS working. Go to our route menu, company route list, and if we're lucky, there it is, VTBS to WSSS, which is our flight route today. We'll check our departure requirements. 20 right is selected, and so is our departure path. What we can do is come to our Ava tab. We're going to go to airports. We're going to go VTBS. We're going to check. Our pressure is 1005. 1005 is selected. And we'll click this button, which I only found out about yesterday. And we're going to go to our departures. And if we find it, 20 right, remember. To have enough departures, yes. And this will load up our chart. We'll keep that loading in the background, which it will. So, what we're going to do now, Andy's going to come on, we're going to do one of the most important tests. Continue, we'll want pressure on 4, we'll put that onto continuous. We'll open our super vent fans and our recircs. You can hear air going in through the cabin. We're going to come here and we're going to turn this on. Now when this comes on, we get hydraulic pressure because it's an electronic pressure pump. And the low pressure sign goes out, and most importantly, it goes for our brake sources. And when this light that I'm circling right now, that flashes if there's not enough hydraulic pressure in the line. That's no problem. Get that there, and now that is working, we'll close that. And also another cool thing, if I'm quick enough, only 2 out of the 4, I mean they're going down now, but 2 out of the 4 elevators come up. Just one of the little quirky things of this aircraft that I think is so cool. Come up here, quickly tap the APU into start. It's not going to start the engine, but what it's going to do, as you can see the light here, APU door is opening. Once that light extinguishes, we can hold down start, we'll wait for 20 RPM, and we can take our hands off the switch. Now we see that the engine temp is rising, EGT is rising. Once we get to 100 RPMs, that's when we know that the engine is fully on. RPM is at 100, EGT is slowly decreasing, and we have a good start on the APU. We can test this by going to APU generator, which shows 0 at the moment. Why is that? Well, what we need to do is come to this panel. We need to close these power lines and now close these. This disconnects external power, and would you look at that? APU power is on and seen in both generators. That means now we are fully dependent on ourselves. Forward chillers can come on auto, and the galley power should have been on the entire time, but we'll put it on now because we are here. Now that we have the APU on, we can open our bleed air source, and with our bleed air source we can see that the packs start to come on. and you can actually hear the packs going off. Now that we're fully loaded, we're fueled, we have our passengers on board and our freight on board, I think it's time we get this show on the road. So we're going to come here, come to the front. We're going to go to better pushback and
ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go. Ground to
that's
cockpit.
exactly where we
Tow
want
is
to go.
driving up.
We'll stand. I'll get us down. Beta 5 is doing some really weird things. But we'll watch the tow. Oh! Now, do you see the problem? What I've forgot to do. Come here. We need to go to ground, disconnect
Cockpit to
GPU
ground.
and the
Disconnect
chocks.
ground power.
We'll come back to the front. And I'll let you guys watch this beautiful aircraft be picked up by the tow. And I'll be right back in 2 seconds.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
Now that I'm back, seems we've got quite a few people in here. G'day, how's it going? Hope your day's going pretty well. Mine's actually gone pretty good myself. Now, this is something else I found pretty cool. Now, the gates on the back of the wheel have come down. They've locked our wheels in place. And we're going to watch them scoop underneath the wheels. And we're going to slowly be raised. Like so. Actually,
Tow
what you
connected
can do
and bypass
is
pin inserted. Release parking
click
brake.
tab view, which I believe, if we can turn around, this is going to take a bit. Yep. Alright mate, how's it going? And, oh my gosh, can we eventually turn this around? Park brake can come off.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
Oh, look at that, we can start our engines now. And here we go, starting to move away. Awesome, now it's time for the fun part. We're gonna come over here. Our bleed valves are gonna come on. Packs are gonna come off. And we have continuous on engine 4, so we're gonna come up here.
Ready to start the engines.
Ready for engine start.
Perfect, we're ready for engine start. We're gonna do a system 1 start today. So
Starting engine 4.
can start.
Starter valve open.
Valve is now open. Body gear steering, most important switch, is armed, so we'll be able to turn when we're being pushed back. We're going to come back here. We're going to wait for 20% on N2, which is basically the start for
20% and 2.
Fuel
engine.
on. Lights up.
Introduce fuel. And here we go. We see it quickly rise. Now, really interesting thing. If it's a hotter temperature or a hotter climate, like it is in Bangkok, it's the tropics, that engine's going to start quite a lot faster than if you're in the cold. But you all know that. So, I'll put this on generator 4. We can see that
Starter
generator
off.
4 is actually fully working. The boost pumps are in fact on. And now that we've got a good start, it's starting to stabilize.
Engine stabilized.
Chuck the hydraulic pump onto automatic. Let me close these temporarily because I had a fault with engine 1 starting, but that was because of X-Plane. I had a certain option on that just randomly triggers failures. Anyway, let's come upstairs.
Starting engine 1.
Start engine 1 with the system on
Starter valve
start.
open.
Starter valve is open. Engine is turning. There we go.
20% and 2.
20%.
Fuel on.
Let's
Lights
introduce
up.
fuel. And engine is now started.
Operation
now,
complete. Go ahead and set the parking brake.
Sorry. Yeah, I'll do that. The air pump needs to be on continuous. Those CRTs were supposed to be on. I think I've actually just turned them off. Parking brake is set. And it illuminates.
Stand by.
Started. We'll wait for 60.
Engine stabilized.
And we'll go to the hydraulic pump can come to auto. Due for engine 3. We need to open the valve. Come upstairs.
Starting engine 3.
Engine 3
Starter valve open.
is open. Oh yeah. %.
Fuel on. Light up.
Fuel. Now we'll just switch our decision.
Tow is disconnected and bypass bin has been removed. Hand signal on the right. We'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
Cool. Well, now that that's the case, beacon light can come on.
Starter off.
Starter's off, which means that we can put this to auto. And we'll open engine 2's starter. And we'll open engine 2's
stabilized.
valve. Perfect.
Starting engine 2.
And start
Starter
engine
valve open.
2. Probe heat can come on, and the window heat can also come on. We won't need anti-ice, we're in a really warm climate. And we'll make sure that
20% and 2.
yeah, sorry, brain's not working.
Fuel on. Light up.
Introduce fuel. We'll make sure our weather radar is on standby and warming itself up. Seeing a good start on engine 2. Monitor the EGT, make sure it doesn't overheat.
Starter off.
And starter is in fact off, which means, which is for a good time, air pump comes to auto.
Engine stabilized.
No problems. And we can now put our aircraft on our engines generators. Awesome. Now for the most important switch. Now, remember that that light was always on. Now that we've got engine generators on, it works fine. And we're going to close the system breakers and the APU can come off. Now this fact, let's check our galley power that is on. Galley chillers are on. Everything is on. We need aft cargo heat on. Air supply is looking good. We have hydraulic pressure and everything. Our pressurization is set to the correct altitude. We'll actually, we'll make it bit more perfect. Everything is looking good. Engines are in fact stable. And just so you guys don't have to fear, we've got our really good wing views and one for upstairs. Got one on the front and one viewing the cockpit. Awesome. So we're going to come here, we're going to do our performance calculators. Can't switch to the flaps 20, which we'll be taking off anyway. And we'll set our speed bugs as required. Now, let's see, 34 degrees C. Initial pitch will be 16 degrees, so we're going to actually introduce some panel lighting. We're going to increase. Now here you go, see here, we're going to flight director, and we're going to increase this to 16, remember, so that's 5, that's 10, this is 15, we just need like a little bit above. We can't actually do 16 degrees. I completely forgot about that. We're going to set our basic altitude. That's going to be 5,000 feet for this departure. We'll select that altitude. And now I will look at our charts. Which, if I go here, here we go. Awesome. So we're going to be departing on a 195. That's going to be our first course. 195. Set our heading to 195. And then our second path will be 285. So we'll put our second course to 285. 285. Perfect. Okie doke. Now I will check here. We're gonna go back. Gonna go to airport. And we'll try to get the airport page up. Airport and airport info, which I believe will give us our panels. How's everyone doing? Hope everything's going all good for you. Here we go. And 20 right is over there. So we're going to go on turn right onto Golf, right on Delta, Delta 4 we will turn left. Awesome. So, inboard lights can come on, body gear steering is in fact armed. I'm going to increase the overhead panel, and dome lights over here, I'll get that turned on. Beacon is in fact on. It's perfect.
Cabin crew, arm slides.
Arm the doors. Perfect. Now, our anti-skid hydraulics thing is going to illuminate. We're going to turn this off. We're going to turn that back on. And we're going to introduce a little bit of engine power.
Parking brake released.
Once we've released parking brake, we will be all good. Flaps 10, please.
Flaps 10.
Awesome. And I'm going to come down to here and we're going to do our checklist. So our after start checklist.
After start checklist.
Flight recorder is on.
Flight recorder.
On.
Start switches.
Off.
Beacon lights.
On.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Start levers.
Idle
Now
detent.
we're turning right here.
Engine anti-ice.
It's off.
Off.
Electrical panel.
Checked.
Check. Pack valves. Wait.
They're off for the time being. I'll turn them on right now.
Open.
Open.
Dual warning lights. Out.
Check. Out.
Hydraulic panel.
Checked.
Check. Flight recorder. On. After start checklist completed.
Awesome. Try and maintain center line. But I'm a bit stupid, so this could be a bit difficult. But I mean, look at this aircraft. Isn't that livery just gorgeous? Look at those flaps. Look at those slats. Awesome. There's that beacon going. We're going to turn right here, remember? So our V2 is 150. I'm going to make that 170. That's pretty much my safe speed for taking off. Flying the flight factor 757 or the TFDI MD-11, I do not trust. I do not trust at all auto throttle so much, especially in an aircraft that is a bit older, like the 747-200. So turning us around, got a Global 6000 I think, or a Global Express. What does everyone think that is? Bit my engine power. And oh, beautiful Thai A340. That is probably one of my favourite liveries for an aircraft. And I think Thai actually had 747-200s. Might need to chuck on a Thai livery someday. I do know that if I'm doing the KL leg, if I have the time, I'm 100% chucking on Singapore Airlines livery, bit of a cargo livery. So that should be pretty good. Add a bit more power because we can. And we'll get our taxi checklist on.
Taxi checklist, please.
Flaps. Flaps 10.
Flaps 10.
Takeoff data, EPR and airspeed bugs.
EPR.
Set and cross check.
Set.
Stabilizer trim.
Not set yet.
Set in green band.
It's in the green band now.
Probe heat.
Is on.
On.
Flight controls.
Let's check this now. What I'm going to do, I'm going to come over here. Actually, this is probably the worst place to do it. So, this is the panel you want to be looking at. So, left, right, as you can see the spoilers come up,
Check.
down.
Yaw
Awesome.
dampers.
Jeez,
Check.
can I keep it on bloody
Seat
center
belts
line?
and shoulder harness.
Check.
Bit difficult when there's only one
APU.
person doing it, but well.
Off.
APU is off,
Fuel heat.
is off.
Off. Totalizer and gross weight.
Let's check.
Set. Flight engineer and pilot panels.
Check.
Check. Aft cargo heat.
It's normal.
Normal.
Let's turn that on.
Seat belts and shoulder harness. Check. Taxi checklist completed.
Awesome. Now, we're going to come to the cockpit. And here you go, we've got Delta 4 coming up, which is up here. Which actually, no, that's Delta 3. Delta 4 is right here. So we'll start our turn into here in a bit. The FPS is actually rather incredible, given that this is, well, the 747-200, but I will take it. We'll get some wiper action on, just so it looks a bit more dramatic. There is a little bit of rain every now and then. We can't use Delta 4, I forgot about that. That's why it's in the briefing, but I'm an idiot. Yeah, so the runway is over there. Actually, might need to double check that this scenery actually has that runway. Zero right doesn't exist. So we'll be doing 19 right. Okay. Which is okay because we have to come to the end of this runway anyway. I don't know why we were given that by sim brief then. Let me try find runway 19. I'm guessing it's that one, but 20 works for the time being. There's the bars. We'll be okay. So we're going to come around. Landing lights come on. Strobe lights can come on. And we'll start entering this runway. Turn our weather radar fully on. And we are entering 19 right. Well, we just said it's 20 right. Start turning in. I'll start our checklist.
Before takeoff checklist.
Icing considerations.
Check.
Cabin alert.
Check.
Check.
Transponder.
Some.
Check.
Ignition.
Flight start.
Hold on.
One moment.
Flight start.
There we go.
Body gear steering.
It's coming off.
Disarm.
Back valves.
It's off.
This.
Let me turn these off.
Closed. Pressurization mode selector.
Auto.
Fuel boost pumps.
On.
On. Cross feed valves. Check. Before takeoff checklist completed.
Not the best lineup, I will say that. We'll turn this to INS. And okay, here we go, everyone. Increase the throttle a bit.
Stabilized.
Stabilize. Auto throttle coming on. Forward pressure.
Thrust set.
Thrust set.
80 knots.
80 knots. Thrust hold. And we're going to level, well, bring the yoke back to neutral.
V1. Rotate.
Slowly pull back on the stick. And up we go.
Positive rate.
And gear up. Awesome. Maintain our attitude.
Gears up.
Awesome. Follow the flight director. There we go. We now need to come down here because if you see here, we're going to be maintaining going forward. Let's maintain, well, head in the cockpit. Let's just do that. Let's reduce our angle of attack. Flaps can come up. One
Flaps
stage.
5.
Flaps 5. Perfect. Maintaining visual on the flight director. I will actually zoom in for everyone. Maintaining 10 degrees. And flaps can come up fully.
Flaps up.
We're gonna activate autopilot, which will be on nav. INS, there we go, because we're above 1,000 feet. Flaps are already up. Vertical speed can come to about, we'll go to 500. We're gonna come down here, we're gonna switch to speed, and we're going to go climb power. We're going to come to 250, and if you do this wrong, the auto throttle comes off. But seeing as we're at 250, switch to IIS.
1000 level off.
EPR mode back on again, and auto throttle on. There we go, got it out of order just a little bit. And we'll start increasing this altitude to 13,000 feet. Oh, that water streaming across. Our condensation, isn't that awesome? There you go. And I would say that's a rather successful departure out of Bangkok. Now it's around a 2-hour and 20-minute flight up to, or down to Singapore. So as we're maintaining our thing, we're going to switch this over now to INS. And we're going to go to 285. Okay, gear lever needs to come off, and we can start the
after takeoff checklist.
Gear lever
off.
Landing and logo lights.
Hold on.
They stay on under 10,000.
Ignition.
Check.
Seatbelts and no smoking sign.
Check.
Check.
Pack valves. This.
We'll open the packs. Bit
Open.
rusty. Open.
Fuel heat. Wait.
Fuel heat will be turned to auto. That gasper can come on, off. That's way too loud. Fuel heat on auto.
After takeoff checklist completed.
Perfect. Okie doke. Okay, so we're going to come down to here. We're going to go to our flight plan, and we are going to go direct to Nanook. Yes, please. Now I'll switch this to INS. And we need to be going on a course of 139 though. So, I'll switch this over here. 139. Let's look at our flight plan. Now, I think there might be an error with this. The reason I say this is because our departure is completely different. Because these are for the ones that go west and we're going south. So I need to come here and we need to find
10,000.
Okay. 10,000, okay, so now they're at 10,000, let's just check here. 19. I'll get that up. We'll increase our altitude, we can go up to 20,000 feet now. But also we can change our barometric pressure to standard. 25 miles to go. And landing lights can come off. Logo lights coming off, and there we go. That will be fully checked. Now this should be smooth sailing. Let's check our flight plan. Here we go, Kasni. And we'll eventually be going to Regos. No, we'll be going to BUT. So I'm gonna check my charts app, because there's so many, there's Nukuk over there. So yeah, we should have been going just straight on, and we're doing pretty good. Let's check here, check my app, and yeah, here we go, Nukuk, then BUT, which is on the coast, and then down, coming down Malaysia, we'll actually be passing Kuala Lumpur, and then down into Changi. Nylon's actually only 17 nautical miles from Changi, which is actually rather interesting. But hey, at least this flight plan is going to get us rather close to where we need to be. I mean, just look at this sky. Doesn't that look gorgeous? G'day budget, how's it going? Oh, budget, look, I'm sorry. I'm fully converted. Things just work. And I was once really against like how difficult it was to set things up. And you need a technical degree for a lot of things to get it sorted, but with the betas and like the new update 12.14, oh, so easy now. It is so bloody easy now to set everything up. And yeah, we're just cruising right now. Speed, we can increase this now to 290. What I'm going to do is I'm going to switch to VS. We're going to go down to 500 feet a minute for our climb. Oh, budget. You need to get the sim. We got the best 777-200. But I know you just got it for Microsoft. Hey, you know what you can do? You can do a review of both of them and which one's better. I've got this done. Oh, 100% budget. I think you should be the one who needs to do a 777-200 review. I think that's what's in order, you know? Go back to IAS, climb, and we are cruising now. I mean, I am loving, you know, just their 747. It is an amazing aircraft to hand fly. Awesome system set. G'day, Redneck. Yeah, sure. I will send you the link. Trust me, it was really difficult for me to find. How I got it was I went onto the Felis Discord page, and actually someone actually sent it to me. God bless their souls. Thank you for that. Oh yeah, 100% budget. But Redneck, I will put my Discord name in the chat, and you can just message me, and I'll direct message you that. I'll direct message you that delivery. Hang on, 1 second. One uno momento por favor. Oh, look, I just messed up the bloody views. I'm sorry. Let me find this out. Well, what is my bloody name? There we go. Cool. There you go, Redneck. You can just put that in Discord and I will personally send you it if need be. But if you just go on the Felis Discord, they'll send it to you, no problems, easy. I need to get rid of that Discord overlay, that's bloody annoying. Yeah, budget. What I really want to get next is the MD-11. I flew the TFD one quite a bit. There's our altitude alert. We're going to be increasing though. We're going to go up to around 30,000. Once we burn off a bit of fuel, we'll be going up to 37,000. There you go, Redneck. See you on Discord. Yep. One moment, and I'll just send you over the livery. Let me just go and see the person who sent it to me. And let me copy this link, and I will send it to you. There you go, Redneck. I've sent that livery over to you. Awesome. Oh, we're cruising out. That's what I'm loving. What I love with the 7.4 is it's just such an insanely quick aircraft. I mean, if you get this thing to 40,000 feet, she will easily do Mach 9.1. Like, it's not even sweating. Mach 9.1. Actually, I believe there was a 747 that went. It had such a tailwind. It did the Pacific. No, is it Atlantic? So it did New York to London in like 4 hours, and mind you, it takes 3 hours to on the Concorde. So yeah, budget. Oh my gosh. That's exact. When I saw that it was going to take a while. Actually, I'll give Just Flight this. They put the disclaimer in that video. That underneath the video that it will take a little longer because it takes Microsoft so long to process all the updates. But yeah, hopefully we should have the Arrow in 2024. That will actually probably get me to play 2024 a little bit. But I was with 2024 when it was launched, and it does my head in. So I'm enjoying the simplicity of X-Plane. Let's just say that. Also, I have a Cytec X56, and I can't set that up on Microsoft Flight Simulator. It's such a used stick, but if I go to set up the controls for it, I have to wait 4 or 5 minutes just to set up one control. It's stupid. Redneck, hopefully you got that link. Hang on, I'll just check my Discord. Cool, yep, that link's set over to you, Redneck. Cool. Oh gosh, I'm so happy work is over. It was, I would say, a rather intense week. Too many bloody customers in bad moods. Oh, when that final shift finished, I was like, I wanted to sing Ave Maria. I mean, it was done, and I went to bed, and my nap, that was supposed to be about 30 minutes, ended up being like 3 hours. I've never slept so much. Okay, let's check our altitude. I mean, look at that. We're 25,000 feet, still doing 1,500 feet a minute. And mind you, we've got a full payload. And we're pretty much next to our maximum takeoff weight. And we're just doing this. Too easy. It's awesome. Let's check everything. Everything is good. Let's check the flight engineer panel, the most important panel. this is something you tend to do. There's so many buttons you might press the wrong thing. Altitude is perfect. Fuel pumps are all working fine. Cargo heat is on. Lights are illuminated. And we'll just check our generators. So generator 1, 2, 3, 4, they're all stable. And just so you can test that these aren't working, well, they are working. If you go APU or external power, they go off and then turn back on. Awesome. Engines are working fine, everything's cool. Temperatures are all in the green, and the oil pressure is in the green. Awesome. We can, while the graphics aren't the best, that's upstairs. Beautiful RB211s. And I mean, the clouds in this update are just spectacular. They look a bit weird in beta 5. Beta 3 was my favorite. There was no VRAM leak issue. But yeah, this is looking good as we commence our turn. We chuck ourselves over to the other side. Beautiful. Whoa. Should we do a flyby, seeing as that's actually available in the sim? I think we should. Nope. Wrong bloody thing. Ah, beautiful. Just look at us cruising up. It's always a bloody carrier. Oh god, let me turn that volume down for you guys. And I mean, isn't that gorgeous? That's worth, I think that's worth a screenshot there. What a beautiful aircraft. Let's go back to the cockpit. Altitude alert means we're coming up to 30,000 feet, which would be great. Actually, let's check our fuel. The reason why I'm checking is I want to see if we can climb. Let's open these cross-feed valves. Okay, yeah, well, we should be able to climb. So, seeing as we're still getting good climb performance, I'm going to increase this to about 350. Obviously, our top of climb is going to be 370. But, you know, it shouldn't be too bad. Altitude selected, still selected. Our auto throttle speed is still working. And we'll slowly commence our cruise all the way up. Let me chuck that on so he can have a flight director. Awesome. So we're on a heading of 180. Let me change that course over in case we need to go to radio. And yeah, look at that. Healthy climb. Actually, no, look at that. We're only doing about 500 feet a minute. That's not good, but look at that Mach number. Isn't that beautiful? What we're going to do... Ah, see, this is something that happens. We weren't climbing, because that automatically switches off. Oh, look at that, our DME1 came on. Which it shouldn't have. Hang on. Let me go check our charts again. Because we're flying to well, we passed BUT. We're gonna Kota Baru is, so we'll do Naratuat, which is 115.2. 115.2. And then we're gonna want 113.7. For DME 2. Okie doke. Once we get to our second DME, that's when we're gonna have to start briefing our descent. Sorry, words don't come easy. Actually no, I could use Johor Bahru, I guess. I think, yeah, Johor Bahru is what, 40 miles out? That's a bit too short. I think by Nufa, which is one of our waypoints, and I'll show you that in the flight plan. Nufa, once we get to there, that's when we'll start our decline or descent into Singapore. But yeah, perfect at the moment. Let's check. 32,000 feet, steady 1,000 feet a minute climb, just a little less, but that's stable. Okay, I think that's doing pretty good. Although those contrails, oh yeah, we're cruising, aren't we? Yum. Okay, I'm gonna go make myself a coffee or an adult beverage. We'll see. Be right back in about 2 seconds. G'day, g'day, I am back, I think. Physically, but never mentally. Ugh. Just sitting in as we enjoy our flight. So, where on the earth are we? Somewhere in the world. We're at 35,000 feet, that is perfect. I'm going to come down to 37 now. Flick that over to IAS. And let's see, what's the wind at 36,000? We have a headwind, 20 knots ain't that much. And at 39 is not any better. Actually, at 30,000 we have a slight tailwind. At 33, yeah. Don't need to look at the departure path, and we can get rid of all of these. We're going to go to our charts in 2006. We're also going to get our charts up. Today I'm a lucky man because I have kebab and a ginger beer. Airport info, and also there's our expected arrival runway. Let me check on charts. So we're going to be landing 20 right, which is no problems. And what approach are we coming out? I guess we already are on an approach. Keep going. So, because of that, what I'm going to do is put our approach in, which will be ILS 20 right from IPNAV. Which means that pretty much with nylon, we're going to want to switch nylon over to IPNAV. So, come here, we're going to go to approach, which will be ILS 2 right. Let me double check. Yes, 2 right. Or 20 right, I should say. Here's the approach chart. Right, 2303 is our final. And here we go. By IPNAC will be 3500 by IPNAC. Okay. That is achievable. But what it also means is we're going to come down here. We're going to delete nylon. And departure arrival will just be ILS find 20 right. Perfect. Let's just going to check up here. There we go, perfect. And what does it think our best arrival is going to be? We got the lever too. What's that going to do? What's lever 2 going to add? So coming over the land, we'll just... no, we're not doing lever 2, that gets us onto the other bloody runway. So, we're just going to remove that from the airport because that's rather stupid. Okie doke, so yeah, that'll work for us. That just gets us right into 207. We're going to go over TCON, which is 116.5. And oh, look at that, DME has lit itself up. So, let's check our DMEs. 113.7 is not Cotabaru. It's because it's wrong. It needs to be 112.3, 115.2 is in there. Snarawat and Kodakinabalu is 112.3. We go 187 miles, and we will be pretty much over Malaysia. I'll just check the chat. Down below there'll be much upgrades. The thing is, one of the interesting things with flight streams and all that is when you're in the middle of the flight, no one. But that's just normal, because most of the people are obviously going to be there at the times of action, quote unquote. Beautiful ginger beer. It's by, if you're in Australia, it's by Brookvale Union. It is a magnificent drink. It is what Bundaberg ginger beer, which is non-alcoholic, should be. Oh, spicy ginger, which Bundaberg ginger beer absolutely stuffed over. Absolute beautiful kebab that I got earlier today. Isn't she pretty? Let's see what our altitude is now. 35. We are on IAS, aren't we? Yep. Ah, I see. Your VS. Kind of 500 feet a minute climb. Altitude is in fact selected. Yeah. Should be a lot better now. Should start climbing. DMEs are lit up. Once we get within 5 miles of DME, 2 will be over Malaysia. I have to say the kebab place, which is an Aussie staple now, does a bloody good job. If we're all lucky, we might get an afternoon landing into Kuala Lumpur. I don't have a scenery for it. Ah, damn. Hang on, I'll have to check online to see if there is a KR one. Now. Now, with that click of a switch, that means we are with 1,000 feet of being at our cruise altitude. Also, just circle back to budget. The marketplace. Yeah, I also bought on a marketplace, so we'll see how long the delay takes. You know, but hopefully it's all good. Very good kebab. There's poor passengers. I'm one of those pilots that bloody forgot to do the takeoff as fast as seatbelt. They can start the meal service as well, I guess. Now, I need to check if that's still a thing. Options. No, it's not options. Performance. Where is it? There's a. No, it's the services. Go to values page. No failures today. Okay. Prior to this, I had a failure on reverse engine falls to reverse, so I had to do a max brake landing. It was rather interesting. Not. Speed brake set. Decrease the range for this well, the altitude for the weather radar. Within 100 miles, awesome. Look at our cruising speed. We're at 37,000 feet as well, so we can come to meal, we can come to cruise speed on auto throttle, and see, takes it back a little bit, and we're bloody cruising now. Bloody cruising. What I'm going to do is okay, there we go. Let's check overhead. Flight ignitions are all in their correct positions. Any ice is not required. But, Singapore is raining quite a bit today. I still have family that lives there. But I think the weather's cleared up by now. We can hope, I guess. And what a beautiful cockpit I have. Sorry, just doing adult things. Need to check here and there. Check Reddit, because I did put a post up today on Reddit saying, hey look, I'm doing a stream, if you'd like to check, come over. Hey, it doesn't look like I'm being killed, so all good. Awesome, that's all good. Let's check our charts. Because the chart's basically like your iPad, it just tells you where you are in the world. Okie doke, so coming down to Malaysia, or more important, Kota Baru. I think I need to do more SEA ops. I think fly down Singapore. Looks like that's all I have time for today. And I think maybe tomorrow we'll go Singapore to Kuala Lumpur. And then we could go Kuala Lumpur back to Bangkok. We could. Or, you know, we could go Phnom Penh or Ho Chi Minh. I don't know, what do you guys think? What would you like to do? Are there any routes in particular, any specific routes you'd like me to do? I'm all ears to suggestions. Now I wonder how rusty I'm going to be at landing this. I haven't flown in about a week and a half. Just work has just been so busy, demanding and bloody tiring. Hopefully it goes rather okay. Actually beautiful. Bit loud, bit pitchy outside. So 3 miles to... What is it again? Hang on, I need to check. Otherwise I'm going to get in trouble. Narativat. We obviously won't be flying over it, but 2 miles, and then 96 miles, and that is pretty much, so Kota Baru, which is on DME 2, is on land. So basically as soon as we get within 10 miles of that, we'll be over Malaysia. I do really want to do I would really like to do, what's it called? I would really like to do probably Singapore down to Jakarta, because that's always a busy route. Could always do Singapore to Kolkata, you know, do some Indian ops. Singapore to Mumbai is what, 5-hour flight? Up to Calcutta would be, another place I used to live in, would be about 4.5-hour flight. So we've got options, especially coming from Singapore, because it would just be so popular. Yeah, so Bit of dental care, sorry everyone. Oh. Let's check the chat, why not? See if there's any new comments. Not at the moment. It's no problem. G'day to 3 people watching, how's it going? Only 58 miles and we'll be in Malaysia. Do you like this new feature that YouTube's got, so you can actually see the subscribers? Maybe I hit a threshold that allows me to do it. It's pretty cool. $43 miles until we're in Malaysia. Let's see if I can do this correct. It'll be like this one. No, no. Just realised that. see underneath the doors, it's like it's someone's put water or something on it and it's just drained the windows. It's neat little features like this that, especially on the Felis liveries, it's just so interesting, but it adds character to the aircraft. Oh, that's contrast. So DMA one's pretty much 90 degrees to us, so we're gonna, that number's actually gonna start increasing soon. And once it starts increasing, we will switch over. Yeah, I'm just checking on charts. I mean, you probably can't see it. Pretty much over Malaysia so already. So what I'll actually be doing is turn this over to 115.6C. No change. Actually, it's increasing now. 115.6, please. Cruising at a good, well, pretty much the maximum speed we could achieve at this altitude. Seatbelt signs are off, so we're doing pretty good.
All doors are closed and armed.
Well, that's good. You'd hope so at this altitude. Do you think we should possibly make this a afternoon arrival? What do you guys think? Maybe move the time a bit forward. I think it definitely look more romantic, I guess. Okay, now, if I go out to the external view, here we are, over Malaysia now. You can also possibly tell that I don't have auto for Asia. I'm thinking of switching over to that map enhancement. I've heard this is just a glitch for beta 5. I've heard with not beta 6. Heard with map enhancement, way better performance because I'm getting about a -10 level performance decrease. It's not the best, I'll be honest. Okie dokie do. Okay, doke, let's just check all these things. You know, do my due diligence. How's that sound? Who's this? Oh, okie doke. Let's check the chat. Nothing much at the moment. Cool. Okie doke. Now, time to switch over our VORs. So, 113.7. 20 miles for decimal 2. And we'll put this onto Johor Bahru, so this will be 116, that's my... 116.8, so it's pointing in the direction we need to go. Yeah. As I said, by Nafa we'll start our descent in. Then Ibnak, we need to be by 3500 by Ibnak. So, should be an okay arrival. Let me look on flight radar. I'll just look at Singapore at the moment. Yeah, so they're pretty much doing exactly what I'm doing. Druk Air from Guwahati. Why is it not even Guwahati? What the hell? Okay. Oh, Amsterdam, Singapore, 777-300 KLM. I would not want to do that flight. Paris, Singapore is just about to land. That's a 12-hour and 50-minute flight. Gee whiz. I think that's a bit ridiculous. Ah. Oh, that's a private 737. Yep, okay, so let's see. So they're doing that approaching. Okay, I see. So we're going to have to change over the flight plan a little bit. Add that in. Okay, so we're going to have to go here. Departure, arrival. Let's see. LL1B. Yep. Legs, we need to get rid of Papsu, Pibap, Nafa, Virid, and Bexo. So we'll go down to here. Delete Papsu, delete Pibap, delete Nafa, delete Virid. And then we'll go out here and we'll delete Bexo. We'll direct and yep. Awesome, so that's our arrival path. Bexo will where are we turning to? Later Gupa, then Gupa to Alalo. We should be okay. Let me double check. Yeah, everything's coming from out there. I know. No, that one won't like pivot up and then down. Okay. And that went to Papsu and then directly in. Huh. Alright. Yeah, they're all pretty much doing that right now. Oh gosh, Delhi to Singapore. Would not want to be on that flight. Anyway, we've chucked it in, so let's check. So Lalo, that's that one. And so the Lalo, we'll get rid of. We'll put Bexo in. Bexo, then Virid. Delete Canla. And delete Kilot. And that will be Virid. If I can spell that, it'd help. Virid, then Nafa. And then pivot. Cute. Cool. There we go. And let's see. No, we haven't got Itmac there. No, we don't. To Igula. Igula, and that goes to. There you go. See, it's all perfectly in line now. Pivot, that's up, nylon. So hang on, let's go back up here. Bexo, Virid, Nafa, Pibab, Paspu. Nylon should not be there. Then direct to Yipnak. Perfect. Go. Okay, so that's looking a bit better. Okay. Cool. 113.7 is already in the slot, isn't it? It is. .8 is Johor Bahru, which is like 16 kilometers from where I used to live when I was back in Singapore. Let me check the chat. Not much at the moment. No problem. We haven't even got near landing, so all good. Oh. I'll be right back. Just going to do a few things. Okie dokie. G'day everyone. Hello? Put this over. 156 at the moment. Now I know on landing it's going to be 203. Let me open this up. So I'm not going to be 3,500 feet. 3,500 at Agula. And we'll check here. So 3,500 is where we want to stay. Advast will be about 2,500. Duro 1,500, and then Aduna. Yes. But Aduna, if it's not safe, we'll just go around. It's no problem. If we're going around, then we find the go around procedures down here. Remain runway heading, go to 5,000 feet, and then we'll just go back to Samco. Which is no problem at all. T-Kong is going to be the important one. What we do. $144 miles isn't too long, and we will be in Singapore pretty much. So around 20 minutes. Around 90 miles we'll start our descent in, which is about 3,000 feet a minute. Will take us about 10 minutes, so that wouldn't be a problem. I don't know, I think 777-200 is definitely going to be an aircraft I want to eventually get. But I don't know which sim to get it for. See, it'd be nice for X-Plane, but also it exists for PMDG, by PMDG for MSFS. I've definitely done... I own the PMG 737-600. I think that's really great. I do have a problem though with their pricing policy. But look, that's just me. Everyone's entitled to their own opinion. But you know, I definitely feel like there's some things that can be worked on. But yeah, I don't really know. Okay, so 127 miles. If we look on the map, or, I mean you can't see it, but Singapore's basically going to be down there. I'm looking. Okie doke. 125 miles to go. I'll see at 90 miles we're going to start our descent. Let's check everything is set up. There we go. Here we go. Yeah. So it's saying it's calculating our top descent will be past Varid, which goes to Nuffer. If we put this back, yeah, Bexo, Pib up. So there's Nuffer. So we're about 34. About let's see. Why is that raising? That's very interesting. Let me check charts, because I hope I haven't done a big error. Let's see. I mean, I can just probably check. Yeah, so we're supposed to go to Nuffer right now. So let me put a direct in. So we need to go direct to Nuffer. Yes. I don't know why that didn't schedule in. Obviously a problem. But with that, we will start our descent. I think we'll first come down to about 20,000 feet. We'll decrease our speed just a bit. And our vertical speed can go down to, say, minus 3,000. Let's check the top. Fastest seatbelt sign can come on. Yeah, look at that. Our descent will start. There we go. Everything's cool. Don't know why the FMS glitched like that. It's probably when I was doing the flight plan. That's entirely down to me though. There we go. We need to be 210 under pip up. That's no problem. Yeah, 210 or below, which will be, I think, pretty achievable. 40 miles. Yeah. In that case, I'll just still decrease it down to 3,500, which is really nothing for the 747, and it's still a comfortable experience down the back. Check here, and yeah, it's looking all good, you know. Get it to the 4 people watching it at the moment. Hopefully it's all good, well, going well for you. Yep, coming down. Yeah, see, I knew something was off. Increase our range. To go range 40. Should be right. Let me check the charts. There we go. Enough of them will go to pip up and then down. And that will take us down there. Cool. Awesome. Pip up was under 21,000. Yep. Then 6,000 by Paspu, I should say. Probably need to decrease that dive a bit. Well, not diving, but just decreasing altitude. What we can do is just slowly bring the air brake out, just to slide them out. You know, slow us down a little bit faster. Gonna check tab. Yep, 3,500 by APNAC, so that won't be a problem. It is a little laggy, so I might have to turn on what's the name for you guys? If required, because I have no problem doing it. Yeah. And we should be in Singapore very shortly. Let's brief ourselves on the ILS. So 108.9 is going to be a thing. So what I'm going to do is 116.5 can come over to DME2. And this can become 108.108.9. That's no problems. That is all set. Awesome. really that much weather. It's relatively clear. And what I might do is just chuck it ahead by about 30 minutes of time. So I think a nice sunset landing would definitely look pretty gorgeous.
Level off.
Oh yeah, no, there we go. So 20,000 feet is met, which is perfect because we had to be under 210. 20,000 does good for me. What we'll do is I'm gonna start our descent checklist.
Approach checklist, please.
And I just want to
Seatbelts and shoulder harness.
get an idea.
Check.
On my
Seatbelts and no smoking signs.
we'll want to get off by
On.
like Whiskey 7
And the
because we're
eyes.
obviously going to go Terminal 3.
Off.
We are an international
Exterior
flight,
lights.
Check.
which is what T3
Auto
deals
brake.
with.
Hold on.
Auto brake, we'll go
Low.
min. We don't need that much. We've got a
Radio
long runway.
INS switches.
Hold on.
Switch that to radio.
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 Flight director computer selectors.
Check.
Brake pressure.
Is check.
Check.
Altimeters.
1, 0, 1, 1.
That's
Set
not.
and cross check.
Yes, that's what I needed to
Landing
change.
data, EPR and airspeed bugs.
Set and cross check.
Seatbelts and
Here
shoulder
you
harness.
go, WSSS.
Check. Fuel panel.
1005.
Check. Fuel heat. Wait.
Go. 1005 is what we need. Fuel heat apparently can come off.
Off.
Off. There we go.
EPR computer.
Fuel.
Wait.
EPR. Skip that. We'll keep
Cabin
that in
altitude.
check. Cabin altitude is
Check.
checked.
Circuit breakers. Check.
Yep.
Approach checklist completed.
Next checklist will be the landing checklist. Okay. So, let's check everything. 71 miles away. And yeah, should be fine. One moment, I'm just going to get my phone. Whoops, now I have access to chat and the charts, which are the most important things. So, yeah, so this passing over Piwap, and we've got 31 miles to get down to Paspu, which will be 6,000, and we'll chuck that down to 6,000 now. Go to VS, no, that just chucked auto throttle off. But anyway, we're going to chuck this down about 3,000 feet a minute. Under 18,000 feet, we'll transition to airfield pressure, which will be 1,005. 63 miles out. But we are a really fast aircraft, so that's going to be no problems. So get some view on that. Which is looking good. I made it with it. Yeah. Awesome. Singapore's going to be over there. Got a really weird ghosting issue. That's beta 5 for you though. Gonna probably have to chuck this down to 4,000. Chuck a bit more speed brake out. I don't really trust it to get down in time because, I mean, let's look at Paspu, we're already 23 miles, so yeah, need to dive. Make sure we're on continuous throttle for the time being. That's just better for us. We're heading 180 as well. Let me switch this course to 180, because basically what's going to happen is there we go, and when we go to our approach, as you'll see here, heading will be 203. So I'm going to set this to 203. There we go, perfect. 51 miles out, so not too bad, Let's get our speed bug set. So we come over here, we go to our performance calculator, we go to landing performance, check everything, yep, and we'll set our speed bugs as required. So our VREF will be 135. I'm going to have that at 140 simply because I don't want to get too slow. And also, no, sorry, I'm being an idiot. 135 will be the speed we want.
10,000.
10,000? Okay. There we go. 2,600 meters is what we're going to require for landing with minimum brakes alone. Let's see. Come here, and we've got 4,000 meters on the runway, so we will be Gucci. Yeah, perfect. Under 10,000. I was supposed to set this over to 1,005. There you go. And
1,000 level off.
We'll meet it just in time. Now IPNAC, we'll double check. IPNAC was 3,500, and I'll put that into there. Awesome. So now we just have an idea. $220 knots, please. Obviously a few clouds up in front, but shouldn't be too much of a problem. OAT was 15 degrees Celsius when I just checked on the iPad, so shouldn't be, yeah, we're not below 10, so it won't be that much of a problem. The weather, I'm now going to eat biscuit and cheese because that's always good for health. Can you tell I got paid this week? Spray brake, come in. And now we can come down to 3,500 feet. $2,500 descent rate. Check the charts one more time. Any speed limits? No. 31 miles out. Mind you, T-Kong is about halfway. So yeah, not too bad. Obviously our alternative realistically is going to be Kuala Lumpur, but the weather is looking perfectly fine in Singapore.
1,000 level off.
I think we dove a bit too quick. But that's something I tend to do with the 7472. Because I'm doing a VS, I really need to get myself a calculator or just get better at the mental maths of it all. But look at that, can't you tell it's humid? You can already see the bloody humidity coming on top of the wings. Anyway, coming down to 220, which we should have been maintaining the entire time. Switch that to bloody INS, makes it way easier for us. Basically, so I don't have to look down here, I can just look here. But we're sitting comfortable. Let's get a quick wing view. Looking good, coming over the beautiful Malaysian countryside, which realistically it is, especially in this part of Malaysia. Well, this weather's looking crap. So that's how you can tell we're in Singapore. Six miles ago, picking up the runway's radio. It's good. We are at the required altitude, so that's all good. Don't have a choice, we'll have to fly through these clouds. Definitely do not need anti-ice. It's a bloody hot day in Singapore, and I know that as a fact. Sorry, I shouldn't be eating into the bloody mic. Or me being so bloody rude. Don't have a choice, have to fly through this cell. Yeah. As you can see, we're almost there. Now a slight tailwind. That's not too bad. Yeah, the slightest bloody tailwind. It's pretty much stagnant, really. Now let's see if we can capture the glide path. Yeah, see, so we just maintain the current heading. Go radio. Can't switch anyway. 0.5. Equalizer. ILS. Come down to 2500. There we go. Glide slope is activated and armed. Bring our speed down to 200. And we'll soon start our landing checklist. First stage
Flaps
flap.
1.
Oh jeez, that was a random glitch. Go around altitude set to 5,000. Runway heading will be set on their heading. Cool, set. Get the next stage flap out.
Flaps 5.
Runway same.
Gear down.
Gears coming down.
Landing checklist.
Gear.
Gears in transit. Landing lights coming
Down
on.
and check.
Down and check.
Gears down. Green light.
Flaps.
10. It's
Damn.
coming down.
Flaps 10.
Come flaps 20.
Flaps 25.
Yep, flaps 25. Short. I just misclicked the button. On my scene, Jill is also seen.
Flaps 25.
Flaps 25. Spoilers.
Armed.
Flaps 30.
Armed.
Damn.
Ignition.
Flight
Light
start.
start.
Anti-skid.
Check.
Altimeters. 1005. Set and cross-check. Landing checklist completed.
1,000.
1,000, no problems. I forgot, I can't really do that. Soon gonna bring in my aircraft. So with that light.
Approaching minimums. $500 minimums.
Continuing. Turn down the stream in my headphones. Yep, no problem.
$50, $40, $30, $20, $10.
Oh, I think that was a bit
Check
smoother. Reverse coming out. Forward pressure. I'll take that landing regardless. Bang on centerline though, I'll give myself that. That was bloody excellent. I'll give...
60 knots. Out, off, reverse. Auto brake off.
And we'll turn off here. Literally where I said it will be turning off. Awesome. Auto brake come to disarm. And we're going to be parking about round over here. Actually, we'll park next to ANZ. Cathay 23 is clear of 1120. Right. And everybody, welcome to Changi. So,
After landing
checklist can be started.
Brake pressure.
Let's check.
Check.
Body gear steering.
Armed.
Damn. Arm.
Auto brakes.
Landing lights coming off.
Ignition.
Runway, the strobe lights coming off. Ignition.
Off.
Off.
Engine and wing anti-ice.
Off.
Off.
Radar and transponder.
Hold on. Stand by.
Flaps.
Hold on.
Flaps up.
I think that's going to be a great replay. Oh yeah, we'll be able to fit in here. Oh.
Up.
Spoilers.
Damn. Down.
Stabilizer trim.
Those look pretty bloody
7
close,
units.
I'd say.
Outflow valves. Open. Pressurization mode selector.
Here's
Let's see.
manual.
Manual. Off.
Oh, bam! Hold the brakes. And here we are, everyone. Parking brake. Tap the
Parking brake
brakes.
set.
Well, everyone, welcome to Singapore. I think that was a rather decent landing. Now, I think now let's check this replay. Let's see. Here we go. I think this would be a good place to start it. How far are we? Yeah. Let's get the tower view. Jeez, Beta 5's bloody killing itself, isn't it? Oh, just look how busy it is. Oh, another cafe. Hey, another company, nice. G'day, Pom. How's it going? Flaps 30. Now we're down set. Tip the nose over a little bit. Just want to make sure we're getting in there a bit quicker. But stable. That's the most important thing. Got the 50 call out about there. Started the flare a bit too early. But we've got plenty of runway. Boah. Slightly wet runway. Awesome. Let's get that runway replay. We'll look at the ground just for a bit, just so it make it look better. Let's get this replay up. Ah, she did drop, but oh, I don't care. That perfectly on center line. Well, until I took it off bloody center line. We'll do one more from a wing view. Let's check. This is cool. Now let's check wing view. Go back a bit further. What we want to do is make sure that, just make it look a bit nicer. We're going to do top deck. Would you rather top deck view or lower wing view? What do you guys think? Let's go, keep this going. Oh, 6 viewers, jeez. That's probably the highest we've had at one time. G'day everyone. There's a SATS building, been there. Horrible day. There's Singapore Hotel. Oh, I think if I was a passenger, I'd be really bloody happy with that. I have to do more freight ops out of Singapore at this rate, because that was bloody beautiful. I was planning on a smooth landing. I'd say that's rather bloody smooth. Let's see what else. What other views could we do? Oh, there's the Crown Plaza. So, I want to know how old the scenery is. There is no construction here. So here's the main road. You come down here. That road does exist. You come here, here's the tower, there's dual. You come here, there's a 2-lane. Now the 2-lane is there for a reason, because you go up here, and that's Terminal 1, or you go on the second road, and that takes you to dual, which is this massive mall. But just look at the scenery, look at all the aircraft. Oh, I do wish that beauty was still flying. I think I need to get like global traffic or something. I think that'll look good. Or Singapore Airlines planes, Lufthansa's. I mean, they're not the best quality, I'll say that. All the ships, that is Singapore for you. So many bloody ships, holy moly. Oh, there's the printing store, there's Tolly Joy, VPS. I've seen those buildings in real life. Is that yeah, that's ST Engineering. I think we'll do one more. I'll do it from yeah, I think that's got the light on it, doesn't it? She is such a gorgeous aircraft, isn't she? Yeah, that's worthy of a screenshot there. She looks absolutely excellent, doesn't she? Into the flare, way too early. I don't realise how tall she is. Bam, and down. Gently on the nose. Beautiful. Look, if you're in first class, you're a happy person with that landing. But yeah, I think overall that was a great landing. Just go check this book. Okie doke. No, I'm fairly bloody happy with this result. Obviously, stats are out. What we'll do, we're going to chuck the APU on, which I should have done earlier. Sorry everyone. And we'll just start that APU up. At this rate, I think we'll be doing that Kuala Lumpur leg, everyone. How's that sound? And APU is on. Stop being an idiot. Get these on. Close, close, and engines can come off. Shift G. If I do the request ground services, what ground services do I get? Just cancel. I think you need that SAM, but I don't have SAM because it doesn't work anymore. I don't believe. So what I think we'll have to do is a Kuala Lumpur leg. Okie doke. So everyone, I think you have to give me about 10 minutes. I just need to check a few things. And if that's okay, then we'll be back and streaming. If that sounds good to you. Anyway, I'll be right back.
For me,
Well, g'day everybody, how is it going? Look at this beauty. How gorgeous does that look? So, time has, well, we've been given time that we are going to Kuala Lumpur. Just download a quick scenery from it, look pretty good. And oh, I think we are bloody going to enjoy it. Look at that. I think we need to head to the cockpit. Okie doke. So, we're going to come over here, as you should know by now. Battery. Standby power on to normal. We then shall ask our beautiful ground crew set the chocks
to ground.
and connect a GPU on, which will pop there. We're going to get back in the cockpit, go up here again.
Chocks are on.
Good.
Ground power connected.
Ground power's on. Emergency lights can come on. Radio masters. Test stall warning. Check the overspeed and over rotation. We're going to set our INS as standby. We can see that the compasses are facing north, and we can start our alarm. We'll test the wing anti-ice. They light up. Extinguishers on probe heat on the left and right. Power lights can come on. If we test the lights there, they illuminate. And if we override a window heat, they also illuminate. Perfect. We're going to come over here and let's check. Pack can come off, we don't need that. Galley power can come on, but we're taking cargo today, remember. We're just not going to look at the back. We'll open the APU door, saves us one thing to do. Test the equipment, no lights up, lights up. Test cargo heat, lights up. Test overheat, works. So continuous air pump, turn on electric air pump, and the light goes out. Nice. So that is working. Turn that off. We're going to a total altitude of 26,000 feet. We're going to need 21.5 tons of fuel. I'll take 22 simply because I'm going to put extra fuel in. And if we need to, we'll just go down to Malacca to land. Total air time today will be 49 minutes, and block time total of 1 hour and 17 minutes. Flight call signs can be SQ21, and that should be it. Rather short flight, but that's just atypical of this route. So we'll be taking off runway 20 center, and we'll be landing runway 32 right. Perfect. So let's get a load in. That's what she said. Load calculator. We'll chuck a 75% load in, and just for weight reasons, we'll chuck 50% passengers. Simply for the weight. Let me make that clear. We don't have much to do on that. Fuel. Put 22 tons in. That is perfect. And now let's go back to here. Supply vent. Recircuit zones. Packs obviously aren't working. APU, we'll turn this on. And if I get close enough, we're going to hear this start rumbling. There's a beautiful Cathay. There's something there, 777. I do really wish there was a 777-300 for X-Plane. That's something I do eventually want to get. APU's on, not that loud though. Maybe my audio isn't that high. Suppress these warnings, and we're ready to align our INS. Let's come down here. Get this warmed up. Right menu, come around list. Let's find it. WSS to WMKK. Perfect. There we go. Departures will be 20 center on MASB 5 Bravo. Awesome. I just saw that jump to 50 FPS. That is ridiculous. You stand by. Put that to a 5. Obviously takeoff dry. It is not raining today. And everything is looking good. So I think we will switch over to the APU. We'll chuck bleed air on. Test that it's coming through. Airflow through the packs. That's awesome. We're going to come to the front again. And we're going to go better pushback.
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go.
Jeez, okay.
Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up.
Isn't she beautiful? We're going to release the chocks in the ground.
Remove
power.
the chocks.
Worthy of a bloody screenshot, I think. Come back in the cockpit.
Chocks removed. Ground power disconnected.
Awesome. And we'll get our speed bug set. Awesome. So 153, I'm going to make that 170 as I normally do. There. Chucking us on. And yet again.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
And this takes way too bloody long. There you go. It's going to lock onto that wheel. I've just undone all that progress because I need nav lights on, logo lights on, body gear steering is going to be armed, anti-skid can come off. I check the top.
Tow connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
And what we'll do is we'll chuck ourselves here.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
Okay, be right back.
Ready to start the engines.
Ready for engine start.
Okay,
Starting
system
engine
1
4.
start.
Starter valve open.
Let's watch this rise. Remember, 20% N2 is what is required for a good engine start.
Fuel on. Lights
Introduce
up.
fuel. Doesn't she look gorgeous? I do want to do some cold cutter ups. I've seen their 747-400 land there. We'll start engine 1 now.
Engine 1.
With the system 1 start.
Starter off. Starter valve open.
Get back into the seat. Here you go. As you can see, it's starting to spool up. There's the Singapore Post building.
20% and 2.
20%.
Fuel on.
Introduce fuel. Oh,
Lights
jeez,
up.
look at that sun. What do you guys prefer? Do you prefer it like this? Or would you prefer it like with a bit of a bit higher contrast? It's actually a bit more cinematic with the sunglasses on. Yeah. I don't know. I think I like it. I think I like how moody it looks. Let's check there, and now we can get these two on. These two.
Engine stabilized.
Starting engine
3.
Starter valve open.
Operation complete. Go ahead and set the parking brake.
Of course, we're not on center line. Parking brake.
Parking brake set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
1005 is set.
20% and 2.
20%. Introduce fuel.
Fuel on. Light up.
Such a really well done engine model.
Off.
And
starting engine 2.
Starter valve open. Engine stabilized.
And we'll just wait for...
Tow is disconnected and bypass bin has been removed. Hand signal on the left. We'll see you next time and have fun up there.
Fuel. Turn the weather radar on, because we can now. Inboard lights coming on. Beacon light has to be on now. Starter's off, that's okay. Let's check trim. Trim is not in the green band.
Engine stabilized.
It's in the green band now. Hydraulics are all stabilized and working. Cargo heat's coming on. And we will close the generators, switch direct to engine generators, close the brakes system, and APU can come off. Awesome. Probably help if we had these on as well, but you don't actually really need them. Perfect. And we'll go to checklist after start, and we'll start this.
After start checklist.
Flight recorder.
Flight recorder.
On.
Start switches.
Off.
Beacon lights.
On.
On.
Brake pressure.
Checked.
Check.
Start levers.
Idle detent.
Idle detent.
Engine NDIs.
Off.
Off.
Electrical panel. Check.
Checked.
Pack valves. This. Open.
On.
Dual warning lights. Out.
Out.
Hydraulic panel. Check. Flight recorder. On. After start checklist completed.
Perfect. So what that means is
parking brake released.
Parking brake can be released. We'll start moving our way forward. And what we're going to do, WSS, we'll get the airport chart out. And we're going to the center runway down here. So we will go down in 2, turn on, and on Papa we'll turn over, we'll turn left onto Papa, and then onto Tango, and then onto the runway. Get the next checklist set. Flaps 10.
Flaps 20. Flaps 10.
Yes, there we go. Auto throttle will be on takeoff EPR. We need to check Okay, so left, we see a rise, right, up, and down, full range of control. Slowly start our turn around. There's G-Man error I just saw over there. It is. Huh. See another Cathay over there. I mean, how majestic is that? Awesome. Hey, look, we somehow maintain a little bit of center line. So I'm going to check charts. Load, and we will be flying because I need to get the new flight plan up, which will be to. Oh, my charts app crashed. Holy moly! Go, and we'll turn right here. Go. Start our left turn now. Okay. .116.5 is what we want in the slot that is already set up. There's a Singapore, what is it? My mind, I'm losing it. That's the Singapore, repair center. Turn left here. Get onto legs. Altitude, so we'll set altitude to 7,000. Start the taxi checklist.
Taxi checklist, please.
Flaps. Flaps 20.
Flaps 20.
Takeoff data, EPR and airspeed bugs.
Set.
Set and cross-check.
Stabilizer trim.
Checked.
Set in green band.
Probe heat.
On.
Flight controls.
Check.
Yaw dampers.
Cargo tools.
Check.
Interesting.
Seatbelt and shoulder harness.
Check.
APU. Off.
Cabin crew, take your seats.
Fuel heat.
Off.
Off. Totalizer and gross weight.
Let's check
Set.
the
Flight engineer and pilot panels.
doors.
Check. Aft cargo heat. Normal.
Normal.
Seatbelt and shoulder harness. Check. Taxi checklist completed.
I don't understand why we're getting that cargo doors. Oh, I know what's happened. Okay, hang on. Of course this has to happen now. And without chocks I can't close that, can I? God damn it!
Cockpit to ground. Put the chocks on. Parking brake set.
Okay, let me
Chocks are on.
close the goddamn door. Gee whiz. No, close it. God damn it. Only an X-plane. Far out. Well, we're lucky we put that extra ton of fuel in. That's very annoying. So that's why we had the cargo door warning. It looks good from this side though. I think we'll just stick to this side. That looks perfect. That does. And is that bloody door closed? Oh my god, it still isn't. Hurry up! I want to start flying. Hey, it's closed. Yay!
Cockpit to ground. Remove the chocks.
As the light suppressed it is. Thank God.
Chocks removed.
Oh, good.
Parking brake released.
Okay. SQ-23 is taking runway 20 center. Nothing happened, anyone. Nothing happened. You didn't see anything. Landing lights coming on. Strobe lights coming on. Panel could use some lighting. Flight director. And we'll go for a 15 degree. There you go. Perfect. Checklist. Body gear steering off.
Before takeoff checklist.
Icing considerations.
Check.
Let's see
Cabin
how
alert.
good this will look around here in this
Check.
cockpit.
Transponder.
There you go.
Check.
Ignition.
Flight start.
Body gear steering.
Disarm.
Pack valves. Let's see.
That looks good, doesn't it? Packs can come close.
Closed. Pressurization mode selector. Auto. Fuel boost pumps. On. Cross feed valves. Check. Before takeoff checklist completed.
Okay. And for you guys, I'm gonna go to options. Auto throttle coming on, engines were stable. Forward
Thrust set.
pressure. Thrust is set. 80 knots. Thrust held. Stick to neutral. Maintain center line.
V1. Rotate.
Slowly pulling back on the stick. Shift 2. Ah, gorgeous. And here we go. Out of here. Maintain on flight director. Yep, no problem. Start trimming down, we'll start accelerating. Flight director is being maintained. Awesome.
Flaps 10.
220 is the maximum we can go. Flaps 10. Maintain 10 degrees. Switch to an INS. But we'll keep autopilot off for the time being. Flaps 10 come up.
Flaps 5.
Flaps 5. We can come to climb thrust now. And last stage of flaps can come up now.
Flaps up.
And we are out of bloody Singapore. How simple is that? Climb 10,000. Whoa. Comes back to speed mode. Lift that nose up. This is why this aircraft always had 2 people, or 3 people actually. Maintaining center on that flight director. Under 10,000 we have to be under 220. Don't maintain that flight director. And climbing. 2,000 feet a minute, that's pretty good. 6,000 feet, and autopilot can come on. And we'll go to a VS. And we'll maintain that climb. Ah. Yeah, I like it with the dark contrast at this time of day. So out of Singapore, well not out of Singapore, as we're just doing the turn. That's just that military base that's down there. Oh, doesn't that look gorgeous? We'll decrease this thing. Decrease there. And, you know, we should be right. Flaps are fully up. Yep. Increase our rate of climb. Departures with 20 center. MASB. Check our speed. Speed's okay. Let's check this departure. I think this is the correct one we're looking for.
Level off.
We'll go down to 16,000. We're only going to 26,000 today, which is all we need. And we're on a steady climb out of Singapore. Landing lights can come off now. Legal lights can come off. Packs can come on. And we're gonna go checklist, next list.
After takeoff checklist.
Gear lever.
So
Damn. Off.
10,000.
Landing and logo lights.
off,
Off.
Ignition.
checked.
Check.
Seatbelts and no smoking sign.
Check.
Back valves.
We can
Open.
increase to 250
Fuel heat.
now.
Auto. After takeoff
Yes,
checklist
down.
completed.
We'll increase speed to about 290 and then we'll start our climb. Oh! Let me check the chat. Should have really advertised that we're doing this a bit better, shouldn't I? No one's watching. Ah, all good. Once we hit 290, we'll start our climb up. There, perfect, and then out past VTK. Nice. I don't know why we were circling. I think that's because the runway is about to be changed over. Okay, EPR, indicated airspeed mode, and we'll go up to 260 now. And there we go, there's Changi right underneath us. That is exactly what it looks like. Oh no, what did I do? So there's obviously 20 right, which we landed at, 20 center now, and there's Changi, this is Terminal 1, this is Terminal 3, well this is Terminal 3, and that's Terminal 2, and then all the way down there, I'll have to go external for this one. All the way over there is Terminal 4 in the middle of bloody nowhere. Awesome. Gotta love that humidity. I definitely didn't when I was living it. I'll see a short flight to Kuala Lumpur. It says 40 minutes, but it will be a lot shorter than that realistically, because we're spending most of that time just climbing or descending. Gonna check my charts app. And I need to switch my AirPod out because I've got it in the wrong ear. Let me find some numbers to put in. So 112.5 will go in here. And then the last one we want is 116.1. So we're only 146 miles away, which is nothing. Oh, there's Sepang as well. Ah, nice. Oh. Oh, just stretching. 21,000 feet. We are cruising, boys. Cruising. And ladies, I should add that, shouldn't I? Oh. I've just realized something. I didn't update my... Let me change this. I'll be the wrong on this one as well. Awesome. Oh. Oh. Sorry everyone, bit tired, no? But that's how those things go. So, what we're going, of course, is switch next frequency. Get all rid of these, and there we go, we've just flown off the departure. So that's not needed. So we're going to go WMKK, Kuala Lumpur, Sepang. Let me see what runway we're landing in again. So we're doing the Gupti H approach, which will be, let me get this, departure arrival, Gupta 1H, and we'll do the ILS 32 right, ILS 32 right, we'll find up 32 right, execute legs.
1000 level off.
Awesome, Montecar. Come here, execute legs. Perfect. That's the misapproach. So 3 to right will be 109.10. 109.10. 50 FPS! 50 FPS in this aircraft. That is ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous. Oh, mind you, I'm streaming and I'm getting that FPS. Holy moly. Oh. Sorry, I shouldn't be yawning so bloody much. So, bank. Only 100 miles away from Kuala Lumpur. So we'll start our descent around 50 miles in. Should have possibly made this a new stream, just so people have an idea that actually I'm doing another leg as well. Let's see, what do we got here? Also, everyone that's watching, feel free to leave a message in the comments below. Always helps. And hey, look, a like always helps. That's something that does bloody help. Switch there, cruise mode. Oh, we'll keep on speed. 348 sounds pretty good for us. It's a good economy cruise. 93 miles. Be right back. Okie doke. Okie doke. Let me just check here. Yep, got the right overlay on. What are those wings looking like? Beautiful as always. Oh, okie doke. Let's check the let's check. So 74 miles to go. Let's get our charts up, shall we? So I like to get the airport chart up first. Where the hell is this bloody thing? Taxi routes, I'm guessing. Gonna go back here and gonna go Rivals. And let's just double check. It's the Gupta 1H, isn't it? Oh. Is our let me check the app. So no. Charts. Yeah, the Gupta 1H. That's supposed to be executed. There we go. Boom. Oh, we did that perfectly. Okay, the 1H. There we go. That's what we want. That's definitely not what we want. We want the approach for ILS 3 to right. And airport. That was in the airport section. Docking, code F. Procedures, departure, high intensity runway operations. Local traffic regulations, parking. So 326 will be our heading for landing. Current heading's like 270. There we go. 116.1 is Kuala Lumpur. Yep. Decimal 1. Okie doke. Okay, we need to start our descent. Let's get to 11,000. Descent. Let's also get our altitude that we need. So pressure is 1005. Okay, that's no problems. WMKM is down there, which is our alternate. Hopefully we don't need it. Apparently Singapore is pretty clear. If I do a custom view like this, oh, isn't that beautiful? Coming down at a rapid rate of knots. Sadly we need to probably increase it quite a bit. So we're gonna speeds required is 230 as well. Well, this descent was supposed to start a bit earlier, I believe. 230, 11,000 is our lowest we can go. It's no problem. We're carrying cargo, not people, so check that in. Minimum auto brake. That, all that's on, all that's working, perfect, all this is good, yep. We'll start our checklist for our descent.
Approach checklist, please.
Aye.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness.
Check.
Seatbelts and no smoking signs.
On.
Anti-ice.
Off.
Exterior lights.
Check.
Outer brakes.
Low.
Radio INS switches.
Radio.
Flight director computer selectors.
Check.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Checked.
Altimeters.
Altimeters.
1005. Set and cross check.
Landing data, EPR and airspeed bugs.
Set and
Check.
cross check.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness. Check. Fuel panel. Check. Fuel heat. Let's see. Off. EPR computer. Let's see.
Check.
Cabin altitude.
It's checked.
Check. Circuit breakers.
Check.
Check. Approach checklist completed.
And we've descended so fast that we'll make it in time. Oh jeez, that bloody sun's gonna annoy us on landing. $1,500 feet's perfect. That's our... Okay. And we're gonna panker. Yes we are. Don't know what it says for there. I mean we were...
1000 level off.
Gupta. Yeah, direct panker, right? I don't know why the map's offset then. So rather interesting. Let's check charts again. Panko Luki, KK8, 1, 2 to 6. And then we're gonna go to Misup, which will start our approach in. Speed brakes coming in. Actually, we can probably set these to activate. Lucky is 230, under 11,000. Yep. We'll come down to 10. And then yeah, we're going to follow this around, and then come to Misup where we need to be at 8,000. Speed and altitude is met. Awesome. Get the landing checklist on. Fast seatbelts are on.
Cabin crew, prepare for landing.
Just doing our due diligence. We've got like 2 people laying in the back. Oh yeah. Joke. enjoying the 230 life. Let's go to performance calculators. We're doing a landing. And speed bugs are in fact it. No. 2,800 meters to land, that's no problem. Let's get the weather, which will be, we'll go to Avatab. Okay. 126450. Cabin's good.
1005. Transition level flight level 125. Advise on initial contact. You have information alpha.
Information alpha.
Kuala Lumpur International Support. Information alpha. 1025 Zulu. Arriving runway 14 left. Departing runway 14 right. Wind light and variable. Visibility more than 10 miles. Sky conditions view at 1,700. Temperature 31. Dew point 24. QNH 1005. Transition level flight level 125. Advise on initial contact. You have information alpha.
Okay. Well, I've been told I'm landing the other way, so let me check. They're departing runway 14. Then I need to go to charts. Okay, so we can say if we go to 14 right, that's no problems. Departures, arrivals, we'll go ILS 14 right. Okay, so what we'll do is we're going to do a direct to mess up. Come down to 8,000. Do a speed restriction there, 230, we're at 230, so that's no problem. In that case, now I need to check what ILS 14 right will be. Okay. Need to do the approach. No, it's yes, the approach. ILS 14 right.
Contact, you have information alpha.
110.7.
Kuala Lumpur International Support. Information alpha. 1025 Zulu. Arriving runway 14 left. Departing runway 14 right.
Okay, I need to go 14 left.
Visibility more than 10 miles. Sky conditions view at
Departures,
1,700.
arrivals.
Temperature 31. Dew point 24.
ILS 14
QNH
left.
1005. Transition level flight level 125. Advise on initial contact. You have information alpha.
Okay, let me get rid of this. ILS 4 left. There we go.
Kuala Lumpur International Support. Information alpha. 1025 Zulu. Arrive.
8,000 is that met. 108.5. 108.5. Got 8 miles, and then we'll go down to 4,500. Yeah, and then we're going to go this way. Alright, I'm just going to check the charts. Check to 14 left. put this to 114.4 actually. Because that's Sepang. There we go, 15 miles to go. Oh. Doke. And the cargo aviation is at the end of the runway, so we're going to vacate at A11, the end of the runway, which is actually better, so we don't have to do the taxi back after landing. Saves us a bit of time. So the airport's chart is 20 to 9. Airport's 20 to 9. Airport, oh there it is, airport and airport info. Okie doke, so runway is 4,000 meters long. We need about 2,800 if we have minimum brakes. And if I go to performance calculator, even on minimum braking is going to be 2,837 meters. Awesome. Awesome, we'll go down to 4,500 now. There we go. Oh, 1,000 feet a minute descent rate. Cool. Landing lights can come on preemptively. Boiler lights coming on. Storm light we don't really need. How do you think? Got a great afternoon landing there. Should we make it later in the afternoon? Maybe like a dusk landing? I don't know. What do you guys think? 108.5 is set. We'll double check with Avatab. 108.5 is exactly what we want. That's going to be on a 146 heading, so let's... .146 is set. Going through a bit of cloud, checking everything is all good. Let's check the back. Okay. Packs can go to half. Fuel heat's okay. Fuel boost pumps. Fuel in total is okay. We've got about 7.5 tons. 7.5, 8 tons. Okay. That's good. 30 miles, we've got a few thousand feet to go. 11 miles from the runway, but we're going to be turning out and then back in. We're inhibiting that glide slope because that thing can get a bit too loud. Okay, cool. So it looks rather clear. I wonder if we can actually see the airport. Because I mean, if it's only 11 miles away.
1,000 level off.
Cool. Stuff on the military airport places. Cool, we've met our altitude. Okay, let's see. Everything's looking great. 13 points. Yeah, it's right behind us, see. Because we're flying away from it right now. Just listen to those engines wanting to roar. Let's check the charts. So, funnily enough, there's supposed to be another waypoint, KK897, and that is not here. That's rather interesting. 185 is the speed limit. We'll bring us down to 185 then. Also, we're going to be doing a sharp turn to get back in. Switch that to continuous. Go around, I mean. Flaps 1.
Flaps 1.
Preemptively doing the turn. It's good. There we go. 146 is the heading we're coming to. We're going to switch this over the radio. This is going to be switched over to number 1. And there we go. So we're about to join into it.
Localizer alive.
Good. For the first point, 4500 is where we want to be, and that's where we will meet. Localize about 14 dm out. Okay. Don't know why we were getting a over rotation warning. Because we're not stalling. Okay, there we go. That was really interesting. Well, we weren't stalling. Okay, we can chuck this over to ILS. Glide slope is already active. Nice. There is our runway. I mean, you can barely see it. Awesome. Jeez, look at that. Some of those beautiful explain graphics. Yeah, this puppy wants to land. That noise indicates something. Nope, the APU is in fact off. Interesting.
Cabin ready.
Cool, cabin's ready for landing. Runway's seen, 11 miles to go. Just maintain 185. Let's check the runways. ILS, yep, we are already on ILS. 10 miles out with 3227. Just underneath, that's no problem. 9 miles, 2909. Yep. Eight miles will be at 2,590 feet. $2,590, yep. Bring the speed down as well. 170. It's not modeled well, but in KL, all of this is full of these really big palm trees. It's so cool. There's all I've done this. It's one of my favorite approaches that I've sat in.
Gear down.
Gear can come down. Next stage of flaps.
Flaps 10.
Let's bring the speed down a bit more. We'll bring it to landing speed or VREF.
Gears down, green light.
Okay, ground, no, we need to go checklist. Start. Spoilers can become armed. Next stage of flap,
Flaps
20. 25 please.
Flaps 25.
And flaps 30.
Flaps 30.
Flaps 25 seen, and flaps 30 has come out. Oh, I mean, come on, how gorgeous is that? KL is ahead in scene, and we've got some scenery, don't worry everyone. So I mean it was a 400.
1,000.
1,000. Stuff, I think I'm going to have to record this as well. Auto throttle coming off. Autopilot coming off my aircraft.
Approaching minimums.
Continuing.
Minimums.
Oh, sinking a bit.
$50, $40, $30, $20, $10.
Order back. Oh!
Check reverse.
Reverse is great landing, I'll take it. Forward pressure on the yoke. Oh, the air age is over there. And that's that beautiful 747 they did.
$60 knots.
Reverse
out,
is out.
Off, reverse. Auto brake off.
And we've stopped a bit short, so we'll just turn her off here. Free up the runway, I guess. Ah, 42 FPS! This is ridiculous! Landing lights coming off, strobes coming off. And I think it was a great landing, everyone. I mean, I'll happily take that landing. Oh. Just smooth. Smooth has been the motive of the day. The landing in Singapore was smooth. It wasn't smooth. It wasn't light though. But that was a pretty good landing, I'd say. Can't wait to see the replay of that. Spoilers come in. While the ground textures are very much lacking, yeah, got the terminal fully modeled and all that. It looks great. Oh, the screen just went off for a second. So it's down a bit. This is probably... Oh, that's a difficult call. I'm saying top 2 add-on I've ever flown. Number 1 for me is the BA146 by Just Flight for Microsoft Flight Simulator, but this is rivaling it. This is just magnificent aircraft. Great to hand fly, intuitive. It really is beautiful. It really is. Like, I genuinely enjoy this. Got that APU started. Doors open so APU can come on. I gotta go past this 7-4 and park on the next galley to it. APU is on. Look, we're gonna have a little handler that points to us. We're gonna start our turn. And look at that sky. I mean, the perfect time to land. Whoops. Oh, I never did the bloody landing checklist. Whoops.
Parking brake set.
Parking brake set. Holy moly, everyone. I mean, just look at that. Keeping the flaps down. And what we're gonna do is actually, hang on, this requires a hang on. That is just phenomenal. Okay, so what we're gonna do, replay. got the thing. Stable approach. Calm. Look at that sun. It just looks magnificent. I love how the closer you get to the ground, the faster it looks like you're going. Just maintain the speed. Get to 20 feet, power back. Hold the attitude, got a long runway, need to get to the end of it. And just... awesome. Can't get it any bloody better, I don't think. And if you, just so you know, for that landing, I think you need to you owe me a like. You know, I think you owe me a like. And what we'll do, we'll go back a bit more. Oh, the time, the lighting, it's just majestic. There's a runway there. Lightening up, because we were a bit low. Shallower approaches always have the softer landings. Here we go. Going in, 20 feet, power back. Pull back. Hold it. Bam! Gentle as you possibly could get. Nose could have gone down a little lighter, but you know, she be right. Let me get... There you go. I mean, is there even a more beautiful silhouette than that? I mean, she is just gorgeous, isn't she? Oh. That's just so pretty. It is so pretty. What I'll do, I'll move the camera angle a bit further back so we can enjoy that landing a bit more. And look down at the ground just so there's still a little bit of magic in it. We've seen this landing a few times already, but that was... we can't look at it, guys. We can't look at it, okay? Give it a few seconds. Let's give it a few seconds. There we go. Butter. I don't care that it said 156. That is a butter. That is just... oh. I want to take it back. I want to see that land when I was landing. Is that a realistic perspective, you think? Dirty, bloody SQ. I mean, the sun to die for. Oh my gosh. I mean, hallelujah. Isn't this such a gorgeous aircraft? You know what we'll do? We'll do a random bloody. Now, this is a more realistic perspective, I think. Here you go. Oh, early flare again, but just magnificent. I'm like genuinely happy because of that. That was just great. But yeah, I think anyway, everybody, I have things to do. I really enjoyed this stream. I really enjoyed the Bangkok flight, the Singapore flight, and this short little hop over to KL with the most magnificent lighting. I mean, just look at that. Yet, I just want to thank everyone for participating. I really enjoyed this. We hit a new record for how many people we had watching. I think there was 6, 7 at the same time, which is a new channel record. I do want to get to that 10 eventually. But on this note, and on this beautiful frame, I have to thank all of you. And as I said, I've really enjoyed and enjoyed your company. And I hope I've made your time worth it. Other than that, thank you. This is Taz. And I gotta go. Bye.